Om Tat Sat. Today we enter into the verse 10 of chapter 1 of the Bhagavad Gita. Dear sincere seeker, remember this is our healing journey. So listen to this wisdom with deep patience. Don't worry about completing the entire Bhagavad Gita. Just listen to one verse with deep dedication, honesty, and sincerity. I can assure you that just the study of one verse will be equal to studying the entire Bhagavad Gita. Listen to today's verse 10 with deep attention. The Yoga Sutra, which we will do, the Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma, Sri Śiva Purāṇa, talks on Dharma. When you listen to all of these, you have in fact gone to the depth of understanding the Bhagavad Gita. So, with a cheerful mind, let us begin our study today. If at all you feel upset or you're looking angrily at the screen, I request you to smile and with a cheerful mind, let us move towards the ultimate truth so that we can no longer be upset, worried, and in pain, but rather be in bliss, peace, and happiness. Verse 10 is Aparyaptam tadasmakam balam bhishmabhirakshitam paryaptam tvidamete balam bhimabhirakshitam. We will learn how to recite this, but before that, we'll just look at the meaning so we will understand what we are reciting. Aparyaptam, immeasurable, without an end. It is immeasurable. What is immeasurable? Tat, that, asmakam, our balam, strength, Bhishma Bhirakshitam, protected by Bhishma, which is our army, the army of the Kaurava. Who's speaking here? Duryodhana, telling to his teacher Dronacharya that our army is immeasurable in strength because we are protected by Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam, Grandshire Bhishma. Paryaptam, limited to, but idam, this, etesham, of theirs, which means he's saying limited is their power. Balam, strength, power or strength. Bhima Bhirakshitam, protected by Bhima. So what it means is, overall, Duryodhana says, our strength is immeasurable because or being protected by Grandshire Bhishma. Duryodhana says, our strength of our army, we are very strong. We can't be defeated by anyone because we are protected by Grandshire Bhishma. In one of the previous verses, we learned how powerful was Bhishma. Whereas the strength of the Pandava or the Pandavas is limited, being protected by Bhima. So Duryodhana here is telling now about the side of the Pandava. They are less powerful than us, is what this verse conveys meaning. We'll get into a deeper commentary. The commentary for this verse will be very beautiful as it helps us to understand how our ego, due to its own intention of taking revenge, undermines what is coming its way. First, we'll learn how to recite this. Aparyaptam, aparyaptam becomes aparyaptan. Why aparyaptan? It ends with a tan sound because the next letter is a ta. So here we see there's an anuswara about tam, about tam, about ta. There's an anuswara, so it becomes tam. But anuswara sound is dependent on the next letter. Since there's a ta, it becomes tan. So repeat it after me. Aparyaptan. Say it loudly. Look at the screen properly. Look at every alphabet. Aparyaptan. Aparyaptan. Tadasmakam. Tadasmakam. So here the anuswara retains its sound because the next letter is a b. Tadasmakam balam. Repeat it. Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam. Bhishma Bhirakshitam. What does the first line mean? Try remembering. Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam. Our army is very powerful because we are protected by Grandshire Bhishma. The strength of our army. This army of ours. Aparyaptan Tadasmakam Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam. So repeat it after me again. Aparyaptan Tadasmakam Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam. Next, Paryaptan Tvedamete Paryaptan. It is Paryaptan, not tam, because the next letter is a ta. Paryaptan Tvedamete Sham. Tvedamete Sham. Repeat it after me again. Paryaptan Tvedamete Sham. Balam Bhima Bhirakshitam. Balam Bhima Bhirakshitam. So what is happening here? Duryodhana is saying, but their army, being protected by Bhima, is limited in power. Paryaptan tadas Paryaptan Tvidamete Sham. Balam Bhima Bhirakshitam. Let's do the last line again. Paryaptam tvidamete. Repeat it. Balam bhimabhirakshitam. Now we will do the whole verse together. Aparyaptam tvad aparyaptam tadasmakam. When we keep doing it, it becomes like a tongue twister. Because the first one it is tadasmakam, and the second line it is tvidametesham. So we'll do it again. Aparyaptam tadasmakam. Balam bhishmabhirakshitam. Paryaptam tvidamete. Balam bhimabhirakshitam. Aparyaptam tadasmakam. Balam bhishmabhirakshitam. Paryaptam tvidametesham. Balam bhimabhirakshitam. So now we will enter into a deeper understanding of this verse. Our strength is immeasurable. Aparyaptam. Being protected by Grandshire Bhishma. So Duryodhana here is telling to his teacher Dronacharya that this army of ours is immeasurable in strength. It cannot be defeated. When do we see ourselves doing this in our life? Duryodhana, the tamasic nature of the mind which is filled with arrogance. We end up thinking in our life as if we are very smart. We can't be fooled by anyone. We can't be defeated by anyone. Or only we make the right choices. Only we make the right decisions. Other people know nothing. I know everything. When you're someone who thinks like this, then dear sincere seeker, it is time to stop thinking like this. This is the very nature of Duryodhana, or the tamasic nature within us. It creates overconfidence. Overconfidence is a sign of arrogance. Where we think, I know more, I'm in a better position than others, I know everything, I don't need anyone else to teach me, I don't need anyone else to guide me, I know everything. When we think like this, we become arrogant. And in arrogance, we start to belittle others. And we think too much of ourselves. That is what Duryodhana is doing here. He's thinking too much of their own power. He says we are immeasurable, which means we can't be defeated. See, many people who walk in the path of unrighteousness, maybe they hold a very powerful position, maybe they have wealth, name, fame, which is favorable to them, but they walk in the path of unrighteousness thinking that I cannot be stopped by anyone. I am very intelligent. Such a person thinks that no one can defeat them. In reality, such a person does not need anyone external to defeat them. They become defeated because of their own mind. Their own ego defeats them. That is why the first enemy of every human being in this world is tamasika ahankar, the ego, which is in the nature of tamas, ignorance. Dear sincere seeker, we don't need an external enemy. We are our own enemy. Sometimes we are overly confident. We think this is how life is. This is how I can overcome this problem, this situation. And immediately in a few hours, we lie down thinking, what is life? Why is it like this? Sometimes we are very energetic. Sometimes we are very dull, upset, sad, and depressed. This is the fluctuation of the nature, the guna in us. That's why we keep changing. One day we think something, next day we think something else. Morning we are different, afternoon we are different, evening we are different. It is because of this ahankara, ego, which is of three types: sattvika, ego in the mode of goodness. Ego in the mode of goodness, in fact, makes us to recollect and remember it is time to surrender to Sri Krishna. I should not lie, I should not hurt, I should not be unrighteous. It brings fear, rightful fear, not wrong fear. See, that there should be rightful fear. If there is no rightful fear, then a person will start conducting wrong actions. We should remember that I am being always watched by Sri Krishna. I should be dedicated in my journey. There is awareness of the physical body, there's awareness of the ahankara, but it is a much more positive side than the negative side which is being displayed here by Duryodhana. Thinking of oneself to be immeasurable, thinking of oneself to be very powerful. If you think of yourself to be as very powerful, are you so powerful that you can overcome death? Only a person who does not die, where a physical body or no body is being dropped, can be seen as the most powerful. That is the Atman, consciousness or Bhagavan. Every human being here, every jiva which is in a human body, will have to drop this body. So, how can we become immeasurable? That is why in the mind, constantly remind yourself that I am not immeasurable. I am perishable. I am perishable in the perspective of this physical body. But in the perspective of the Atman, you're always imperishable. But don't confuse the wisdom. Don't mix it. We all know we are imperishable. The Atman within, the consciousness within is imperishable. But first we should be grounded. To become grounded, we'll have to learn that the physical body is perishable. Without being grounded, if I keep saying I'm imperishable, then I will become like Duryodhana, saying our strength is immeasurable, which means no one can defeat me. I can do whatever comes to my mind. But when I remind myself that this body is perishable, there is consequences to what I do here, then I become mindful. Then I become careful with the way I conduct myself in this world. So there is no one, no body in this being is imperishable or immeasurable. All body in this creation is perishable or measurable. Remember, I'm only speaking to the perspective of the body. I'm not speaking to the perspective of consciousness or Atman. So don't mix the wisdom. Whereas the strength of the Pandava is limited, being protected by Bhima. Now Duryodhana is conveying about the side of the Pandava. They are less powerful. They are not as powerful as we are. They don't possess the same amount of power which we possess, due to which they are limited in power, who are protected by Bhima. See, in reality, the strength of the Kaurava army was a total of 11 Akshauhini. You're welcome to write this down and also maybe try to remember this. What is the strength of the Kaurava army? The reason why he says immeasurable is because they have an army of 11 Akshauhini. What is 11 Akshauhini? First, let us understand what is one Akshauhini. One Akshauhini is a mix of 21,370 chariots. How many? 21,370 chariots. 21,370 elephants. 21,370 chariots, 21,370 elephants, 65,610 horses, and 1,09,350 foot soldiers. If you don't know this numbering system, it is 100,000 foot soldiers. 100,000 foot soldiers, or 1,10,000 or 1,09,350. We'll keep it as 1,10,000 approximately. Or if you don't know this numbering system, 100,000 foot soldiers. So totally, this is one Akshauhini. So the side of the Kaurava had a total of 11 Akshauhini, which means 100,000 into 11. 1.1 million and little above foot soldiers. Soldiers on their side. 1.1 million or 11 lakh foot soldiers in the side of the Kaurava. Now you can multiply the elephants, the horses accordingly. Elephants and chariots, 21,370. So into 11 for the chariots alone. 21,370 into 11 for the elephants alone. 65,610 into 11 gives the total number of the horses which were on the side of the Kaurava. 1,09,350 or 100,000 into 11 becomes the overall number of the soldiers in the side of the Kaurava, which is a massive army, a huge army. 1.1 million or 11 lakh is not a small army, it's a very powerful army. The side of the Pandava had a total of 7 Akshauhini, which was much more smaller. They were 4 Akshauhini smaller than the Kaurava. So, which means in modern numbering terms, 700,000 and above, little. 7 lakh plus was their total number of foot soldiers in the side of the Pandava. So, what Duryodhana is saying is also right in a way. We can see this very verse in two perspectives. Number one, he is very much aware about the total number of soldiers that are there on his side. He's clear with the numbers. The bigger we are, the stronger we are. The more we are, the better we are. That's the perspective in which he's seeing this battle. Eleven Akshauhini. And he's specifically mentioning Bhishma because Bhishma Pitama Grandshire Bhishma was said to be very powerful. In one of the previous sessions, we learned about his entire characteristics and his life. He also had the boon of Ichha Mrityu, which means whenever he wants, at that time he can drop this body. No one can destroy him. So, in a way, as he says, immeasurable can also be seen as someone who cannot be defeated because of Bhishma. He's very confident. And he also knows we have a very powerful army. But the side of the Pandava, he's specifically mentioning about Bhima. He's not mentioning Dhrishtadyumna, who's one of the main commanding generals. He's speaking about Bhima because Duryodhana has a personal vengeance against Bhima. That is why he is mentioning Bhima from the side of the Pandava. One way, there are two ways we can see this verse. First, option 1. We see that Duryodhana is clear with the numbers that our army has 11 Akshauhini, they have 7. In terms of numbers, in terms of arms, weapons, military power, we are immeasurable. We can't be defeated. So we can see this as overconfidence undermining the opposite camp. Where we often do in life. We become so confident that we end up losing or being defeated by even by the smallest things. See, the Atma within is imperishable. The consciousness within pervades this whole creation. But what are we defeated by? We are defeated by karma. We are defeated by anger. We are defeated by ego. Do you think the consciousness is so weak that it will be defeated by these? None of these can defeat consciousness. The Atma can never be defeated. Anger, greed, hatred, negative thinking cannot defeat the Atma. Yet within, we all know we are that Atma. But now we are this Jiva in this human body. When we start forgetting who we are, we become defeated. When we start remembering who we are, we become undefeated. Duryodhana, in the perspective of this battle, has in fact identified himself with this bodily power. See, whatever bodily power you have, no matter how big is your army, how big is your wealth, power, when the time comes, you will have to fall. There have been many great powers in this earthly realm in the past. 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, million years ago. There have been many powerful warriors, many powerful armies, but where are they now? Perished. So that is why, dear sincere seeker, from today, stop thinking of the wealth, power you have, which is making you immeasurable or imperishable. In reality, they are perishable. They will leave you, they will never be with you forever. Just like Duryodhana, who had an army of 1.1 million, 11 lakh foot soldiers. Power, but nothing is there anymore. Imagine this happened in the past. What is there? Nothing. That is why don't attach with material things and think they are making you immeasurable or imperishable. In reality, all our wealth, name, fame will leave us. Only thing what is immeasurable and imperishable here is the name of Sri Hari. Om Paramatmane Namaha. This is the only wealth which will leave, which will go with you when this body is being dropped. That is the only immeasurable and imperishable wealth. The second view of this very verse is that we can see that Duryodhana is becoming insecure. The first view I gave you till here was the first view of this verse. The second view, we can also see this verse in this perspective. Duryodhana is becoming insecure. That now he started to compare. We are more powerful. They are less powerful. Comparison arises when insecurity arises within. Think deeply. When do you compare yourself with others in life? When you start thinking, am I lesser to them? This person has achieved so much. We might think, no, I've done more. My situation, my life, my background, my circumstances which I faced through, I have done more than this person. So, like this, we become insecure. He's becoming a little insecure while he's talking to his teacher, Dronacharya. When when Duryodhana goes to his teacher Dronacharya, he's speaking about the size of the Pandava army. And he's speaking about his size. He's definitely insecure. But in the future verses, if you see, when Arjuna speaks, he is not saying how big is that army. He lifts his bow and he's ready for the battle. See, two different mindsets here. What creates these two different mindsets? When you are committing errors, when you're committing sins in your life, you will always be insecure, you'll always be scared, trying to compare every time. Who's more powerful? Oh, I'm more powerful. I'm happy with that. How much does he or she have? Oh, I have this much. I'm happy with this. Insecurity comes in us when we lie, hurt, try to cheat others, try to belittle others. But when you are truthful, you start taking up the characteristics of Arjuna. Remember, when Arjuna sees the side of the Kaurava, he's not saying anything more. He lifts his bow, he's ready for the battle. He immediately lifts his bow. And then he scans through. That's when the conversation then elaborates with Sri Krishna. The initial movement of Duryodhana was going to his teacher Dronacharya, speaking about the insecurities that he's having in his mind. See how this army has come. Your gifted disciple, Dhrishtadyumna, the son of Drupada, has formed such a massive army and has come against you. Insecurity. But Arjuna, as he sees the side of the Kaurava, first he is ready. He wants to defeat unrighteousness, but a little compassion starts to overtake him as he scans through that army. He sees uncles, relatives, granduncles, sons, children. Then he goes deep and he's contemplating and he starts his conversation with Sri Krishna. But the initial movement is Arjuna was confident. What this teaches us in life is that when we are right, when we are truthful, we will never be insecure. Even if you are weaker than the other person, even though you may not have as much as what the other person has, you will still win if you're truthful, if you're honest. And moreover, in the side of the Pandava, everyone had one intention. The intention was to remove adharma. Another most important intention was to serve Sri Krishna. See, when you serve the Creator, you're confident in your life. You will never become like Duryodhana, starting complaining, trying to analyze, trying to compare, see who all are there on that side, who all are there on our side. You will not compare like Duryodhana. You will become like Arjuna because you know, Shri Krishna, you are there with me. I don't have to worry about anything. That is why make your mind, senses, intention, everything in you, every cell of your body from today should have this one intention that I am serving Shri Krishna. Then you'll be fearless. Dear sincere seeker, when your intention is clear, my purpose of this human body is to serve Shri Hari, which we will learn in today's talks on Dharma. I'll preserve this deeper commentary to that talks on Dharma as we will be learning about the four Kumara, who are the children of Shri Brahma, Sanakadi Kumara. How their intention in their life was only and only Hari Sharanam, thinking of Shri Hari alone. So that intention when you bring in, you will never in your life be like Duryodhana, getting scared or feeling insecure or being overconfident, being immoral. Or filled with the tamasic ahankar, ignorant. These are the two views of this verse which we can learn to take in. And in one of the previous sessions, I gave you a detailed understanding of Bhishma. Bhima can be seen as a very powerful force He is the second of the Pandava. So there are a total of 5 brothers or 5 children of King Pandu. The first 3 being Yudhishthira, second being Bhima, third being Arjuna, fourth Nakula, fifth Sahadeva. King Pandu, unfortunately, had received a curse. He had in fact shot a deer which was in fact mating with its partner. Now, what happens is that he is receiving a curse for this, that any of his spouse that tries to approach him, that if his spouse tries to approach him with an intention of a physical union, and if he engages into an act of physical union, he will be destroyed. So these children of King Pandu come by that mantra which Ma Kunti had received by the sages, Durvasa and many sages, when she was young, which was mentioned in one of the previous sessions. With that mantra, she invokes Dharma, Dharmaraja. That's how she gets the first child, Yudhishthira. So Yudhishthira was not born with the physical contact of King Pandu and Ma Kunti. He was born with the help of a mantra. When Ma Kunti invokes, just like Karna, in one of the previous sessions we learned how she uses the mantra, thinks of Surya Devata. Karna was born. In a similar way, Ma Kunti thinks about Dharmaraja, Dharma. She wanted a child who can embody the perfection of Dharma. Yudhishthira is born. Dharmaraja can also be seen as Yamaraja. In the previous session, we learned how Yamaraja is having one of the most toughest role in this creation. See, every Devata has a role. Indra Devata has a role. Surya Devata, the Sun Devata, has a role. Chandra Devata, the Moon Devata, has a role. But the most toughest role, this is my view. Again, person to person, the view changes. And also the view of the Shastra. The role of Dharmaraja, Yamaraja, is the most difficult role. Because here, you will have to be completely detached with the other person and give them the fruit of their karma. What all they did, right and wrong, accordingly becomes that person's future. So Yamaraja has to be completely detached. That's why he's also said to be one of the greatest devotees of Sri Hari. We see one perspective of him as a scary side, and on the other perspective of him is he is one of the greatest devotees. Now, based on your nature, he showcases himself. If you're someone who's ignorant, who's always violent, you see his violent form. If you're someone who's truthful, you see his most glorious form. So Yamaraja or Dharmaraja was the very first child. In fact, these devatas themselves, to burn some of their karma, they now manifest, incarnate in a human form. So Yamaraj himself is Yudhishthira as well. Remember, these children don't come with a union, they come with the help of a mantra. First is Yudhishthira, second is Bhima. Bhima comes when Ma Kunti invokes Vayu Devata. Just a second, I'll connect this to the charger. So Bhima comes when Ma Kunti invokes Vayu Devata. So that's why he has tremendous strength. Vayu. What strength? Wind is very powerful. That's how Bhima is born. Since this verse speaks about Bhima, we'll go a little more deeper into Bhima after I convey the other characteristics. Third is Arjuna. Arjuna comes when Ma Kunti invokes Indra Devata. And then King Pandu had a second wife by the name Madri. So she was taught this mantra by Ma Kunti, and she invokes the Ashwini Kumara, the divine physicians. The divine physicians who have the entire knowledge of Ayurveda, who have the entire knowledge of science of healing, medical science, everything. Nakula and Sahadeva are the twin Ashwini Kumara. They are invoked and they are manifested, incarnating as Nakula and Sahadeva. These are the five. In this verse specifically, we look at Bhima. Bhima was very strong, very powerful, but unfortunately, he had a very dull intellect. Why does this happen? When you attach yourself too much to your power, you become dull. That is why, dear sincere seeker, don't attach yourself to your power. See, when we start having more money, more wealth, when it comes our way, you don't even have to search for it, it'll come your way. Now, when you too much attach yourself with it, you become dumb because you start taking wrong decisions. You become an ahankari. An ego arises in you thinking, I am now immeasurable like Duryodhana. When you have nothing, it is easy to be detached. I repeat again. When a person has nothing, he or she can say, I am detached, I am a nice person, I am not attached to wealth, power, name, fame. It's very easy to do this. But when all of this is given to you, then your character comes to test. We'll become like Duryodhana. Do you know what power I have? What all I possess? This is mine, that is mine. One rental income. One is not good. 5 rental income. Oh, Shri Krishna. 3 commercial properties. Or 10 commercial properties. When they start coming your way, when income starts arising, and when you attach yourself, see, income is not bad. Wealth is not bad. All these are definitely given to you because of the karma which we all burn. It's a good karmic reaction. Inclusion of all this is something good you have done. But now when you attach yourself to that, that's when the big mess happens. You become like Bhima. Power, but without right knowledge. So that's why Duryodhana is comparing Bhishma. He says, Bhishma, tremendous knowledge, very powerful, has all wisdoms. I'm speaking of Bhishma now. The names will be very similar if you're studying this for the first time. This is Bhishma, the great, the grandshire of the Kaurava and the Pandava, who's very intelligent, has the knowledge of the scriptures, who knows how to use the weapons, who has full mastery over anger, greed, hatred. He's comparing him with Bhima, who's very powerful but lacks all the qualities what Bhishma has. Which means because of anger, when you attach yourself too much to strength, you may be a good person, but unfortunately, you become dumb. So I'm not saying Bhima is a bad personality. He's a very great personality. He's one among the five Pandava. It's just that when you attach yourself, we see Bhima like this. Attachment to Rajas and Tamas makes us of lower intellect. We won't be intelligent. We will be less intelligent. We will be less enthusiastic. We'll be confused. For small, small things, we'll get angry. So Bhima had an anger issue. So if you're someone who has anger issues in your life, maybe you're a twin sister or a twin brother of Bhima who has uncontrolled anger. What is the point of power when you have anger? You're not powerful, you're powerless. If you remember in the previous session how we learned what is true power, patience. Patience, patience, patience is number one. Forgiveness. Patience, forgiveness, compassion. These are our true weapons and true strength. When you don't have that with you, no matter how physically strong you are, you will be defeated. So we see Bhima as that nature. So remember, Bhima is not just an external character. He's not just a child of Vayu Devata. He's also us, within us, that Rajasic nature, which makes us become overconfident like Duryodhana. That I am so powerful and short-tempered. They don't go hand in hand. A successful person cannot be a short-tempered person. Who succeeds in life, who succeeds in everything, cannot be a short-tempered. You'll fail. A person who wishes to grow in yoga, a person who wishes to reach the heights of samadhi, cannot be a short-tempered or angry person. If you get short-tempered or angry, then meditate more and let go of attachment to your strength. That is why you're getting angry. Maybe you're attaching too much towards, oh, my rental income is dropping down. From 20 properties, we are down to 15. Dear sincere seeker, Duryodhana had an army of 11 Akshahini, 1.1 million foot soldiers. None of them have survived here. Where are they? Can you show me? Where are they now? Can you show me his kingdom now? Can you show me his palace now? In time, all of these go away. Whatever you see today will also go away. Whatever big infrastructure you see. When the time of pralaya comes, this whole earth dismantles. Everything dismantles. Everything falls down. The big, big buildings that we have will fall down. They'll be underwater. The creation again comes forth as a fresh, new one. So don't attach yourself to that which is perishable, thinking it to be as immeasurable and imperishable, which Duryodhana is doing. Now, we will meditate on the mantra on the imperishable. What is imperishable in this creation? The name of Sri Hari. Everything else is perishable. So let us meditate on his imperishable name. Om Paramatmane Namaha. Say it loudly from your heart with your eyes closed. Om Paramatmane Namaha. 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 Om Paramatmane Paramatmane Namaha. 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 Next, we move to the Yoga Sutra of sage Patanjali. In the previous session, we had learnt about two types of samadhi, two stages in samadhi. Number one, Samprajñāta, which comes in verse 17. Samprajñāta samadhi. What does it mean? Meditating on the form of your Ishtadevata. It's a beautiful state of samadhi. It is, don't see this as lower form, higher form. It's a journey. It's a journey through which we keep going deeper and deeper. Initially, we need an object to meditate upon. Otherwise, the mind will keep running here and there. We need a form to meditate upon. We need a sound to meditate upon. Like just now we did. Om Paramatmane Namaha. So the mind, the intellect, the senses can focus on the sound, and the mind can be kept one pointed. And we also meditate on the image of Sri Krishna, Sri Shiva, Madevi. Every time when we meditate on their image, when we have them in our mind, it slowly starts giving us tremendous bliss. That bliss, what you experience, is itself a state of samadhi, which is known as samprajñāta samadhi. And we also learned asamprajñāta samadhi, which is a state where now there is no fluctuations of the mind. The mind is deeply, which means we are now going deeper within. The form also slowly goes away because we become one with the form. If you remember the Sri Śiva Purāṇa, the listener of the Sri Śiva Purāṇa becomes one with Sri Shiva. One is meditating on Sri Shiva. That is our beginning journey. As we keep meditating, Om. What is Om? The unmanifest mantra, Pranava, the unmanifest form of Shiva. Nama Shivaya, the manifest form of Shiva, the manifest form of the mantra. From the manifest, we move to the unmanifest. But even before we move to the unmanifest, we merge with the manifest. We become one with him. To become one with him is asamprajñāta samadhi. Still, we go much more deeper, is what we'll be learning today in verse 19. It is bhava pratyayo videha prakriti layanam. Bhava pratyayo videha prakriti layanam. What it means is bhava pratyaya, arising from previous birth. Bhava pratyaya. Bhava pratyaya means arising from previous birth. What is arising? All this we will learn. Videha, the bodiless, one without the sthula sharir. Now no more physical body. Prakriti layanam, of those absorbed into Prakriti. Overall, what this verse means is, for the bodiless beings without the sthula sharira and those absorbed into Prakriti, asamprajñāta samadhi arises through the force of previous birth. Now listen very carefully. First, we meditate on the form, on an object. Samprajñāta, also called as the samadhi with the seed. When you slowly do it, it doesn't take just 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 14 years. Person to person, the duration changes, which is what we learn today. Person to person, the sadhana changes. Slowly they move to asamprajñāta state. The best way to understand this verse is to compare this with chapter 6 of the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna asks Shri Krishna, what is the state of that person who walks in the path of yoga, but unfortunately, due to past samskara and habits, he falls in this journey? Wouldn't such a person be lost? Wouldn't such a person be like a broken cloud? Shri Krishna mentions, oh dear Arjuna, anyone who walks in the path of truth, who walks in the path of yoga, will never see evilness at all. Having dropped this physical body, they move to the higher realms. They spend a good portion of their time over there. They come back to the human body and they continue their journey right from where they stopped. Or, if a person has attained deep detachment, then they duly get into a family of realized yogis. This verse teaches us that in this journey of yoga, as we all go deeper into meditation, the very first state is videha. When we drop all attachments of the physical body, when I no longer attach myself with this physical body, I'm not this name, I'm not this gender, I'm not this nationality, I'm beyond this. Pay attention. I'm just saying I'm beyond this. I've not yet reached that state. I am that. I'm the ultimate consciousness. I've not reached that yet. I'm still just trying to rise above the body. So stages it happens. I can definitely say that I am Brahman. I am that ultimate conscious, but I've not reached that state yet. First, I should drop the awareness of the body. So a deep meditation, deep sadhana, I first drop the awareness of the physical body. Or I go beyond this physical body, which means after this body is dropped, usually in this videha falls the devatas or the higher devatas. The beings of the higher realms. See here, the earthly realm is not the only realm in this creation. Janaloka, Maharloka, Tapaloka. There are many different realms in this creations where different types of species exist. Different forms of lives exist. There are beings who exist without a physical body because now their karma is much more little to be burned. They are pushed forward in their journey. Remember the Gita chapter 6? That we continue in our journey. If a person stops for some reason, some condition, you're not able to complete your journey in this embodiment, you will be next put into a much more favorable embodiment so you can complete your journey. In that embodiment, there will be no hunger, no thirst, no attachment to lust, anger, greed. See, when these distractions are removed, then automatically your journey becomes much simpler. That is why please do your meditation every day, pray every day, listen to satsanga every day. What this does is, it helps you to attract the grace. So your next embodiment will be more favorable. What is distracting you in your life? Anger, attachment, greed, hatred, expectations with your loved ones, hoping that someone respects you, hoping that you get whatever you want. All these are consequences of attachment of nature, or the qualities of nature, which is there in us. When these qualities are itself not there in you, when you will not be disturbed by these qualities, then your journey is much easier. Imagine there is no karma, there is no lust, there is no drive for karma, there is no greed, there is no moha. Then how simple the journey becomes. That state, or that very opportunity, will be given to you if now, having all these, you learn to rise above them. That is the only test for you. Having all these kama, krodha, lobha, moha, anger, greed, delusion, learn to rise, become one pointed, become firm that, oh my Ishta Devata, it is you alone whom I want now. Then you will rise above this. You will get into a much more favorable position to complete your journey. This is Videha. Videha can be seen as all those bodiless beings without the Sthula Sharir, because now they no longer have to burn their karma with a physical body. In the physical body, what all are the karmas we burn? We have problems related to hunger. We get hungry. We also have problems related to old age, disease. All these, the problems, the 5 problems, or the disturbance of Maya within us, is hunger, thirst, heat, cold, sleep, laziness, and all, not just 5, many others, which we'll be learning in the topic of the Kumaras today, in the talks on Dharma. They don't affect the 4 Kumara, which is hunger, thirst, heat, cold, sleep, laziness. Slowly, as we go deeper in our inner journey, these are things what affects the physical body, right? The physical bodily pain will stop for you. The deeper you go in your journey, there's no more requirement for you to take up a physical body. But it does not mean your journey has stopped. You should continue your tapasya. There is also tapas happening in higher realms. It does not mean that this satsanga, what we do here in the earthly realm, is only done in the earthly realm. The similar way, there are also many sages who listen to the glories of Sri Hari, Sri Shiva, in Tapaloka, the higher realms where they do their tapas. They keep listening to the glories of Ishvara, so they can rise above. So take this as a stage. Take this as a study of school. Grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. We climb like this. The consciousness, we slowly rise to the higher state. But just initially begin with meditating on your Ishta Devata. That's the starting. Abhyasa Vairagya. Abhyasa, practice, practice, and practice. Without abhyasa, you can't even reach the state of Videha. I repeat again, speaking even about Videha is of no use when there is no abhyasa. What is abhyasa? Sit down on the floor. Om Purushaya Namaha. Om Purushaya Namaha. Now, as you do this, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 7 hours, slowly you will rise up. Samadhi, you enter into the states of Samadhi. Samprajnata. Before Samprajnata, Vairagya comes in detachment. You're no longer attached to the world. Samprajnata, then asamprajnata. In that, you reach the state of videha. Now you no longer need a body. But you're bodiless still, you should complete your journey. And then Prakriti Layanam. Prakriti Layanam. Which is those absorbed into Prakriti. Now also beings who get deep into the study of the Tattva, who try to merge themselves with nature. Like from the awareness of Atman, I have now reached the awareness of Paramatman. I am everywhere in this creation. But I am a part of this creation. There is such awareness. This awareness is also an indication that you have not reached that ultimate. Reaching the ultimate is there is nothing else, there is only that. That's the final. So they are also still in the process of evolution, in the process of growing in their inner journey. A person who identifies oneself as that, who's everywhere in everything in this creation, who is the part of this creation, also has to rise above this stage to come to a notion and conclusion that there is nothing here, there is only Purusha, Brahman, nothing else. Till then, the journey continues. So, this is an ongoing journey. Learn to embrace it. Learn to give it your best every day. That's enough. Don't worry about completing this journey. Try thinking about embracing this journey every day. Automatically, you will complete that journey. You'll slowly move to the state of Videha. You'll also move to the state of Prakriti Layanam or Prakriti Laya, and slowly beyond it. They arise because of their previous birth, means previous sadhana. In short, what does this, the force of the previous birth means? In the Gita, we learned Duryodhana was saying that his side is immeasurable or can also be seen as imperishable. But in reality, was it immeasurable and imperishable? No, they were defeated. So, what it means is all material wealth, name, fame, they will go away. They will fall at one point of time. They will not travel with you. But there is only one thing which goes with you, which is dharma, which is bhakti, which is your sadhana. The more and more you pray, the more and more you meditate, as you listen to the glories of Ishvara, you will slowly rise to that state, and this sadhana will come to you. It will go with you to your next embodiment. And from that itself, you start your journey. You don't have to do everything all over. Now, if you properly focus on satsanga, now if you carefully listen to the glories of Ishvara, in future, you don't even have to do this. Because if you simply close your eyes, you will connect to that ultimate Atman, to the Brahman, to your Ishtadevata. You will no longer need the sadhana of others. In short, a doctor treats a patient based on the level of the illness. Similarly, based on your level of your sadhana, in this embodiment, becomes the sadhana for the next. If you do what should be done now, the human birth is best for doing satsanga, listening to the glories of Ishvara. In the next embodiment, you will not have to do even satsanga, because by default you will be in the higher state of enlightenment, higher state of consciousness. Now we have to meditate or listen to this for 4-5 hours to go deep into that state of bliss. But there will be a time where you don't need this 4-5 hours of sadhana. In a minute, in 5 minutes, Om Purushaya Namaha, you'll come to this state. So the force of our previous birth, which means, remember, there is no birth and death. One thing we should be clear about. This verse specifically speaks about the sadhana of the previous lifetime. Whatever you did in your previous lifetime takes you into the current state of consciousness where you are. If the whole life you worried about family, friends, relatives, the next embodiment, the same continues. You get what you sow. Simple. You get what you are most interested about. If you're interested about the world, you only get the world. If you're interested about the ultimate consciousness, you receive the realization of the ultimate. So based on what you do now, accordingly becomes your future. So please ensure that you truthfully, even if it's boring, don't worry, you listen. Who's asking you who's asking you what? Just close your eyes. Listen, listen, and listen. Let this be a part of your day, a part of your life. Because when you do this now, only then you go to that next state of Videha. And slowly, Videha is the bodiless, without sthula, even without the physical body. A question may arise, how can you do your sadhana without physical body? The higher realms, remember Tapaloka, Janaloka. You're not the human beings, and the earth is not the only realm here. There are different levels of realms which are located above, which we can't access with the help of science, technology, because material can only reach as far as material creation can go. Sometimes even science says it cannot reach that ultimate end. You can only be within this space. But what is beyond space, what is beyond this realm, can be connected with spiritual power. These are the siddhis. When you attain this siddhi power, you can in fact go to different realms. King Kaushika. King Kaushika can be seen as us who are attached to material science, thinking material science is the ultimate. There is no Ishvara, there is no higher realms, we are only correct. Until you meet a sage like Vasishtha, who will make you realize all this power you have is useless compared to the power of the rishis. Now, King Kaushika is thinking, how do I become powerful like this sage? When all my army, when all my power, all my weapons could not defeat him, what is his power? Tapasya. With tapasya, with true spiritual practices, you surpass the power of material nature or material power. That is how he becomes Vishwamitra. King Kaushika. He was inspired by the spiritual power. of sage Vasishtha. So when you properly do your sadhana, you will be able to reach to that higher states of realms and consciousness which no normal human being will even have an idea about. They won't even understand what this is. You're in a very different league of competition where human beings are running behind money, name, fame, power, and material wealth. You have surpassed this level of competition to such a higher level that you move to different realms. There are also such yogis in this world. You won't know them. You might not have met them, or if you have met them, they might have not told you this. Because no one tells what is one's bank account balance and wealth. So, dear sincere seeker, when you truly do your tapasya, there is so much that you will witness. They will tempt you, but they're not worth it. See, just like every country and every army is trying to expand their power, they want more power. Like King Kaushika, who has more power? More nukes or more bombs, more air force, more navy force. Now imagine you use all this power. There's one sage like Vasishtha who defeats all these countries in one time, in one shot. Everyone will be thinking, now what is his power? That power is tapasya, the power of the siddhis which you will get. Now don't be attached to that. How can you reach that? Abhyasa. Where here people are running behind this lower power, there are many people who know this. Many rishis and many sages and many yogis who now strive to reach that power which can suppress all lower power. No weapons can touch them. Which was from Raja Rishi. He becomes a Maharishi, also known as a Maharishi. Sage Vishwamitra becomes a Maharishi. Even then, he realizes now this power of sage Vasishtha is far more superior because he's a Brahma Rishi. Then, with more tapasya, more penance, he reaches that state, which means no person in this world will tell you how much money they have, how much wealth they have. If they have, if a person does not have, he'll say, I don't have anything. Now, that is not even our criteria. We don't want to speak about them. Who has? They will never say what they have. They keep it in secrecy. Similarly, as you go deeper in your spiritual journey, you will unravel, you will see the secrecy of the spiritual competition, where there are many people who are trying to reach the next realm, the next realm, the next realm with the help of the Siddhi. But the truth is beyond this. That is what we are trying to understand here. The next verse conveys it. The truth is beyond all this. The next few verses, not just the next verse. Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna Purvaka, Itaresham. Together. Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna Purvaka, Itaresham. Shraddha. How can you reach the deeper state? By deep trust, faith, virya, vigor, dedicated effort, smriti, memory, samadhi, samadhi, prajna, samadhi, and wisdom. Samadhi here can be seen as the deep meditation which arises from wisdom. Purvaka, preceded by itaresham, for the others. So, for the others, asampragnata samadhi is preceded by deep trust, faith, deep trust, which is shraddha. Shraddha, the correct translation is deep trust. Faith, I've kept it as an open bracket so that many can connect with it and understand. It is not just faith, deep trust, deep faith. Knowing the truth, holding on to the truth, vigor, which is virya, dedicated effort, memory, samadhi, and wisdom. These are the most important support systems to grow in our spiritual journey. See, remember, to make it short and simple, today I am creating a technology which no other country in this world has. Every country starts running behind me. Hey, give us that technology. Tell us how to use it. We would like to be a partner with you. We like to be a friend with you. Because people are only focusing and concentrating on the lower power. This is one major portion of the population. Now, the other portion, a very small portion of the population, who has understood, who's learning the scripture, who's going deep, like sage Vishwamitra, from King Kaushika. He felt all my army, my material strength can't defeat him. What is his power? Where did he get this power from? What is his wisdom that sage Vashishta has? Then it makes him unravel that beyond a Raja Rishi, there is Maharishi. Beyond Maharishi, there is Brahma Rishi. So, like this, when you start your journey and when you go deep into this, you should have first Shraddha. Have trust in this. See, just because you cannot connect with that inner state of being does not mean everyone else in this world is not able to connect. Don't see the world through your lens alone. In simple ways, if you don't have 1 billion in your bank account, it does not mean no one else in this world has 1 billion. There are people who have that money. If I don't have, it does not mean others don't have. Similarly, in spiritual growth, in spiritual journey, if I cannot connect with my inner Atman, it does not mean everyone else is a liar who's speaking about the Atman. There is something, there is someone definitely who's higher in this journey and who's growing forward. So, deep trust is very important, deep faith is very important. You should have faith in this wisdom, trust, not blind faith. I'm not saying that you should have blind faith. Who's interested in blind faith? Even I'm not interested in blind faith. We are interested in truth. Truth comes and truth is understood when there is first trust. Trust comes when there is at least a little bliss that comes within. How can that little bliss come? Om Purushaya Namaha. Whole day you meditate, not 1 hour. Take a day off this week, or maybe a Saturday or a Sunday, whenever you're free. Om Purushaya Namaha. Om Namaha. Focus on your voice. Om Purushaya Namaha. One full day you do, not 1 hour, not 2 hours, not 4 hours, full day. When you get tired, drink water. Do you have water related problems in your house? No. Most of us have adequate drinking water. Drink it and continue. If your throat hurts mentally, continue. If you feel tired, sleep. No problem. Mentally keep thinking of Purushaya Namaha, sleep, wake up, start. If you feel tired again, sleep, sleep. Wake up, continue. Because when the mind is having so much of negativity, when you start giving divine sound and divine wisdom to it, it is not able to handle it. It takes time. So first have that trust. When you yourself see that bliss, right, you will have that trust. When you don't see, when you do this, when you don't do abhyasa, you can't have trust. So starts with abhyasa. And put in your vigor, dedicated effort. With dedicated effort, you can reach the state of asampragnata samadhi. When you dedicate yourself, when you're truthful in this journey. First is abhyasa and deep trust. Abhyasa is only what can bring you deep trust. You can't trust this, you can't have faith in this without practice. Then next comes dedicated effort. Continue. Don't stop here. See, the whole world runs behind power. Now, if everyone in this world gets to know that there is a higher power which can be achieved than this power what they have, like King Kaushika, then everyone will start moving to this. There will be a competition on who meditates more. When people start to realize that you can start making yourself invisible, you can read the other person's mind, you can move from realms to realms in just few seconds, like a flash of a light. When you see different species living in the higher realms and the lower realms, then the league of competition changes. See, it is all a matter of time. If you are able to do this now, you're lucky. If you wait, based on the yuga, again the practices, everyone starts. So have trust, vigor, dedicated effort. Put in your effort. Don't get demotivated. A yogi should never be demotivated. One good example is researchers. When you look at people who get into research, or inventors, more than research, inventors, people who like to invent things, they invent something. What is invention? Invention is finding something which is not there. Now, if you tell someone, or let's say you tell a person that you can't invent electricity, you can't invent technology. These all are definitely the grace of Sri Hari, through which everything is possible. But still, morally, if you keep telling people this, and if that person listens to you, would we have what we have today? No. Similarly, keep walking in this journey without listening to others. People might say, what is this yoga? What is this satsanga? What is this meditation? They all lie, cheat. They all are scamsters. You don't worry. Don't waste your time. You will reach that level of power and state of consciousness where this person who's speaking will not be able to achieve it now. In the future, they will, but they are late. So don't be late in this journey. Be active in this journey. Be dedicated in this journey. You can complete it now. Be enthusiastic in this journey. That's only vigor. Enthusiasm is also a part of vigor. Like how everyone is enthusiastic. Who's creating the most latest technology? Next, what's coming next? Like that in spirituality, as deeper you meditate, you keep going to that higher states. You become more enthusiastic. What is next? I can now connect to Swarga, Mahar, Jana, Tapa, Brahmaloka, and going beyond the Brahmanda. There is so much. It gets fun, it gets exciting. But don't get attached to this. Then you stay into Prakriti, this portion, which is Prakriti Layanam. You stay into Prakriti Laya. You get absorbed into Prakriti. Rising above Prakriti is only Purusha. Being, knowing that it's only Purusha. There's nothing else. Only Brahman, nothing else. That state you should reach, that vigor. Memory can also be seen as that knowledge, knowing that everything here is temporary. We saw Duryodhana, 1.1 million foot soldiers. No one can save him. He lost. Kingdom, power, everything he had, gone. Remind yourself, keep reminding yourself. Like sage Vishwamitra, who kept going. What is that power that sage has? I want that. I don't want this lower power. If being a king can't make me defeat a sage, then I want what the sage has. What does sage Vashishta do? I will do that. He grows. This enthusiasm, this dedicated effort, which was again Rajasic enthusiasm, but slowly he became Sattvika. He realized all this power is of no use. The ultimate power is Om Purushaya Namaha. The ultimate power is the name of Ishvara, merging with Ishvara, being one with Ishvara, and dropping all lower consciousness. This will take you to Samadhi. Then only then you meditate. Samadhi here is the deep meditation, knowing that everything else is temporary, he alone is permanent. Consciousness alone is permanent. And wisdom, true wisdom. So this can be translated as Samadhi wisdom or Samadhi and wisdom, both. They both go hand in hand. Listen to divine wisdom, meditate on divine wisdom. There is so much that you will unravel that all these lower powers will no longer interest you, because you will now get into the spiritual race. Remember, just like there are so many thousands of companies, so many countries which are fighting against each other for the going to the next stage of technology, there is a spiritual race of people who are trying to reach to that next state of consciousness, because it creates more power. But a true yogi rises above this power, because for them, the ultimate power is Brahman. realization of the ultimate truth. Nothing else excites them than the truth. That is what this verse means. What we will do next is we will meditate on the mantra. Om Purushaya Namaha. 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 Om Namaha. Om Purushaya 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 Namaha. Next, we enter into Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma. In Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma, we enter into the very first verse today. In the previous session, we had completed the Lamityādi Pancha Puja. How we worship, we offer flowers, we visualize Ma Lalita Tripura Sundari as one pervading the whole creation. And today is the very first verse of the Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma. So usually this verse begins from here. Shri Mata. This Om is something which I have personally put into this. This is an indication that now I'm beginning with the Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma. It helps me to remember, because after the Dhyanam portion, after the Lamityādi Pancha Puja portion, we might be thinking where we are. And Om, before the mantra or before the shloka, before the stotra, makes us understand that now we begin with this, the very first verse. We offer Om as that Ma Lalita Tripura Sundari, you are the formless Brahman and you're everything. So generally, when you read the text, it starts only from Shri Mata. It is 100% correct. Om is just an addition here. So let's learn the very first verse. Om Shri Mata Shri Maharagni Shrimat Simhasaneshwari Chidagnikunda Sambhuta Devakarya Samudyata. By the end of the learning today, you'll be able to recite this verse just like this. Before that, let's look at the meaning of every word here. Om. Om is the sound of the absolute reality. The reason why we put Om, why I have put Om before this beginning, is because acknowledging that Ma Lalita Parameshwari is formless, and slowly she is manifesting as a form and giving us this great Lalitā Sahasranāma. Om, she is the absolute reality. Shri, she is auspicious. Mata, the mother, the nourisher and source of all beings. Shri, she is auspicious. Maha, great, supreme. Ragni, she is the queen, ruler of this creation. Shrimat, she is glorious. Simhasana, seated on a lion throne. Ishwari, she is the supreme ruler. Chit, pure consciousness, awareness. Agni, the fire. Kunda, the sacred fire pit, the Agni Kunda. Sambhuta, manifested. Deva, the divine principle. Deva means all the devatas, all good divine things, all the devatas, everyone she looks after. Karya, purpose. Samudyata, arisen or actively engaged. Together, this verse conveys salutations to the Divine Mother, Shri Mata, which means we bow down to you. Shri Mata, the loving source and sustainer of all beings, the mother of all beings. Shri Maharagni, the supreme sovereign who governs the universe through the law of Dharma. And Shrimat Simhasaneshwari, the radiant empress, enthroned upon the seat of supreme awareness. She is Chidagni Kunda Sambhuta, arising from the sacred fire of pure consciousness itself, and Devakarya Samudyata, ever manifesting for the fulfillment of the divine purpose, restoring harmony, protecting dharma, and guiding beings towards awakening. So if you don't understand what I just read, if you're still getting confused, then you should look at this image. This image is what is being conveyed in this verse. That Shri Mata, seated on that beautiful lion throne, governing this whole creation, and that sacred Agni fire, Kunda, is like where rishis and sages, as they perform the yagna, they are realizing that Ma, she herself is the fire. She is everything which is offered into the fire. This is one view. The second view is the fire within. She is that consciousness within. She is the awareness within, due to which we are able to perceive this world, we are able to see this creation. The eyes are able to see, the ears are able to hear, the mouth is able to speak, because Ma is the consciousness and awareness within. She is that fire. This is what this verse means. This image tries to convey Devakarya. Remember Devakarya, all the Devatas. She supports the Devatas so that adharma can be removed from the society. She supports the Devata. Devakarya samudyata. So that all ignorance can be removed from this creation. Asuras can be destroyed by the grace of Ma. And she's also doing all Devakarya, divine work in our life, helping us to listen to the glorious Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma. This is also a divine work which she is doing, giving us the strength to listen to this, giving us the patience to understand this. All it's her work. So this verse, in fact, conveys this image. So we meditate on this image. So before we meditate on that image, and we'll also learn the Sahasranāmavali for this verse. And then we will go into deep commentary of this verse. There are 5 Sahasranāmavali. Number 1, Om Shri Matre Namaha, which means you can just meditate on this mantra. Every name given an Om and Namaha becomes a Sahasranāmavali. So she's called as Shri Mata, Shri Matre Namaha. This is the very first Sahasranāmavali. Om Shri Matre Namaha, which means we bow down to Mahadevi. Second is Om Shri Maharajnyai Namaha. Om Shri Maharajnyai Namaha. Salutations to the Divine Supreme Mother, a Supreme Queen. Om Shrimat Simhasaneshwaryai Namaha. Salutations to the goddess who reigns upon the glorious throne. Om Chidagnikunda Sambhutayai Namaha. Salutations to her who manifested from the fire of pure consciousness. Om Devakarya Samudyatayai Namaha. Salutations to her who has arisen to accomplish the divine purpose. So this is the 5 Sahasranāmavali for this verse. We'll also learn to recite it now. Recite it with me. Or first I do, you do it after me, okay? See this very carefully. Om Shri Mata. Say it. Shri Maharagni Shrimat Simhasaneshwari Shrimat Simhasaneshwari. How does it become Simhasaneshwari? It is actually Simhasana. Hasana and Ishwari. When they both are combined, see Simhasana, the lion throne. Ishwari, when they both are combined, it becomes Simhasaneshwari. Sandhi is applied. Chedagnikunda Sambhuta. Say it. Chedagnikunda Sambhuta. Devakarya Samudyata. Devakarya Samudyata. Let's do it again. The first line fully. First I do, and you do it after me. Om Shri Mata Shri Maharagni Shrimat Simhasaneshwari. Say it loudly. Chedagnikunda Sambhuta Devakarya Samudyata. That's verse 1. As simple as that. And also recite this with me, the Sahasranamavali. After I do, Om Shri Matre Namaha. Say it. Om Shri Maharajnyai Namaha. Om Shrimat Simhasaneshwaryai Namaha. Om Chedagnikunda Sambhutayai Namaha. Om Devakarya Samudyatayai Namaha. There you go. Now you've learned how to recite this verse. Now what I want you to do is look at this beautiful image of Ma Lalita Parameshwari while I give you a deeper commentary on this verse. Om Shri Mata Shri Mata. To understand why she is called Shri Mata, you should keep looking at her. Remember, without blinking, just meditate on her form. She is called as Shri Mata because this whole creation is supported by her. She is the mother of everyone. Dear sincere seeker, if at all you feel lost in your life, if at all you feel that you have no one who loves you, who cares for you, who thinks about you, who is a well wisher to you, if you think there is no one like this for me, then you are terribly wrong. Because there is one person who only wants the best for you, who doesn't want to see you suffer and be hurt. That person is none other than Ma. That is why we call her Shri Mata. not just a human being. A cat, mouse, dog, snake, lion, tiger. She protects everyone. No one in this creation is in any form of danger. No one has to be worried. No one has to be afraid because Ma protects them. We become afraid, we become scared when we stop meditating upon her, when we stop thinking about her. But when we meditate on her, when we think about her, all this fear goes away. So, dear sincere seeker, from today, don't think that there's no one who thinks good about you. There is one person who always wants the best for you, who does not want you to suffer anymore, who does not want to see you in ignorance anymore. That is Shri Mata, the mother of all. A child becomes confident, becomes secure and safe when he or she knows that their mother is there to protect them. So from today, become a child again because your mother, Shri Mata, is always there to protect you. So don't waste your time worrying about the world. You either stand in one side, trust your mother, or don't trust your mother. Don't say that you trust Ma and you're scared of this world. Don't say that you trust Ma and you're worried about your finances or things that is happening in your life, relationship. Stand in one place. I trust Ma or I don't trust Ma. If you trust her with me, let's do it together. We give all the thoughts and worries that we have in our mind at your feet, Ma. Say it with me, mentally with your eyes closed. Offer all your thoughts, worries, pain, tension, whatever you have at her feet. Shri Mata, Shri Maharagni. Why do we call her as Shri again? Because she is supremely auspicious. She is supremely auspicious and ruling this creation. Shri Maharagni. She is the one to whom even Shri Vishnu and Shri Shiva bow down to. That is why she is also called as Shri and Shri. This is one way to look at this. The other way is she is supremely auspicious, who rules this creation. Every entity in this creation are under her view. If you're worried about people, if you're worried about who will be there for your children, for your spouse, when the time comes for me to drop the body, all these you should give it at her feet. Why are you holding it with you? When she is the protector, Why do you want to take up the role of a protector? If you're worried that you lose what you have today, if you're scared about something, mentally offer now itself. Shri Maharagni Tuma. Shrimat Simhasaneshwari. Shrimat Simhasaneshwari. She is that radiant empress enthroned upon the seat of supreme awareness. That Simhasana, that throne where she is seated, you might question, where is this seat? Where is this throne of Ma Lalita Parameshwari? That seat is within you. At the Anahata Chakra, the center. At your heart, at your Hridaya. That's where she is seated. She is seated within you. I'm just trying to give that location. But she is far beyond any location. She is within you. She is beyond you. We call her again Shri because of her supremely auspicious nature, that by her grace we will be able to perceive her. So when she is within you, stop worrying about the external world, which means the creation's power, that power which created this creation is within you. Then why should you worry about the external world? When you truly surrender to her, you become like a lion. A lion is fearless. He doesn't get scared soon. Like that, a devotee starts developing faith, vigor. When they know that the one who created this whole creation is in fact within them, not outside of them. Remember to look at the image if you feel distracted. Look at her image without blinking, and then close your eyes after you're tired to mentally think of her image. After you're tired, in the sense when your eyes become stressed, close your eyes and let her be there in your mind, because that's the right place to keep Ma, not just outside of us, but within us in our mind. When we keep her in our mind, our external world becomes beautiful. And she's all part. Chidagnikunda Sambhuta. She is that consciousness from which everything arises. The Agni fire, when we do a homam, we see that there are many grains, ghee, wood. They all are offered so that the fire burns. As the Agni burns, the priest keeps chanting the mantra so that it can purify the surrounding. It can purify the house, it can purify the place where you perform this homa. That Chidagni Kunda can be seen as our Antakarana, the mind, intellect, ego, and Chitta. Remember, there's a difference between Chit and Chitta. Chitta means the memory field, what I am speaking of. This verse speaks about Chit, which we will get into in a much more deeper way. Just like a priest performs an external yagna or a homa. When a yagna is performed externally, they keep chanting mantra like this, you divine seeker. Mentally, imagine that you are the priest and you are offering the mantra. Om Shri Matre Namaha. Mentally, whatever you have read, all thoughts and emotions, you offer it to Ma. All ignorance will go away. Even if you have ignorance within you, don't worry. I have thoughts of greed, I have thoughts of anger. No problem. Only when you have it within you, it will destroy you. Give it to her. It doesn't mean you're giving her something wrong or bad. She will destroy what is bad for you, so that only good stays within you. She will not judge you. See, the only person in this creation who will not judge you is Ma alone. Rest everyone will judge you. Oh, this person has such thoughts, so bad. But Ma has no such thoughts. Even when you give her all the greed, hatred, negative thinking, lust, mentally, Om Shri Matre Namaha. Ma, take this away. I can't hold on to these. These are not mine. They are hurting me. She destroys it for you. So mentally, your mind becomes like that field of yagna, the place of yagna. Why do we perform a yagna or a homa in a house? So the house can be purified. So when you remember the image, see, these are the rules. Number one, remember the image of Ma very well. And with your eyes closed, imagine you are now the priest. You are now the performer. There's a beautiful yagna in front of you. The homa kunda, in which we offer ghee, butter, grains while chanting mantra. You mentally or loudly chant Om Shri Matre Namaha and offer whatever thoughts are there in your mind to her. You will become thoughtless very soon, which is a great state to reach. And then you will finally realize that she is the chit within you, the pure consciousness within you. When a house is dirty, you need to first clean the house and turn on the light or bring in more light. Let's say you get into a house where the room is dark, fix a light, clean the room, Then, when you enter into the room, you will like to be there. Similarly, the light here is the Agni. The smoke cleans it, which means all the thoughts and emotions are destroyed by her grace. So we can finally see the true Chit, the true awareness within us, which is she alone. Devakarya Samudyata. All good, whatever happens in our life, happens because of her grace. If you do this, first meditate on the image of Ma Devi, which is shown on the screen for you. Have your attention only on her image. Then close your eyes. Mentally remember. Now you are the priest. Om Shri Matre Namaha. Offer your thoughts, your emotions, whatever you have in your mind, don't worry. It's like offering into that fire. Om Shri Matre Namaha. Whole day you offer all your thoughts into that fire, the inner fire. You will become free from these thoughts and you will soon come to the realization of the inner consciousness, the inner awareness, which is known as Chit. Devakarya Samudyata. And she starts bringing all good in your life when you do this. Devakarya Samudyata. Everyone is supported by her grace. All divine workings happen in your life by her grace. This is what this verse means. Om Shri Mata Shri Maharagni Shrimat Simhasaneshwari Chidagnikunda Devakarya Samudyata Swaha. After you're done with your meditation, at the end, you can also do this. Now, a question may arise, where is the fire? There needs to be an external fire to say Swaha. Dear sincere seeker, we need nothing external. The Agni fire is already there internal. So when you say Swaha, you're offering it to the inner fire, which is far higher than anything external. After done with your meditation, at the end, you can also do this. It's an offering to Ma Devi that all our thoughts and emotions, which are bad, which are ignorant, please take it away. Burn them, Ma, so I can become pure and I can realize that you are that consciousness who is within me. Now we will meditate on the mantra. Om Aim Hreem Shreem Shri Matre Namaha. Om Aim Hreem Shri Shri Matre Namaha. Om. Aim Hrim Shrim 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 Shri Matre Namaha. Om. Aim. Hreem. Shreem. 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 Shri Matre Namaha. Next, we enter into the study of the Sri Shiva Mahapurana. In the Sri Shiva Mahapurana, we enter into chapter 11, which is titled as The Worship of the Shiva Linga and the Practice of Sacred Offerings. What we learn in this chapter is how to worship the Shiva Linga. What are the ways to worship the Shiva Linga? And worshipping this in such a way, what all benefits and rewards will you get? And the sacred offerings, which dear sincere seeker, this is a very beautiful chapter. Maybe close your eyes if you're free and listen to this chapter with deep faith and attention. You will learn how to perform your worship every day. Many of us have a question, like how the sages are asking. Roma Harshana, also known as Sutra. The sages said, how is the Shiva Linga to be worshipped? How should it be installed? What are the characteristics and features of them, of the form? What is the appropriate time and place for worship? And how should the performer be? Roma Harshana Sutta tells the sages that I shall tell you everything, dear sages. Please listen attentively. See, the Shiva Linga can be placed in a person's puja room in their house, which is the immobile linga. Immobile linga means which is stationed only at that place, which is kept into a nice puja room of your house. Sage Roma Harshana also speaks about how this can be installed in temples, how this can be installed in sacred places next to a river. So if you live in a house which has a river next to it, where you have access, there are some ashrams, if you would have seen, the back entrance of the ashram will have access to a river which is very close by, just not even 20-30 meters. You will find that there will be a Shivalinga kept over there. When a Shivalinga is worshipped next to a river, it is said to be very, very auspicious. It creates that setting of proper nature where you meditate on the ultimate consciousness. Now, speaking about us practically, most of us don't have a house like that which is next to a river. Most of us might live in a house which is far away from any kind of a river. So, in a practical basis, you're welcome to have a beautiful Shivalinga installed in your house. After installation, chant the mantra Om at least 1,000 to 10,000 times with your whole family. Chant the mantra Om, because Om signifies the mantra of the Shivalinga. And most importantly, you should also have the physical image of Sri Shiva. When you're planning to install a Shivalinga in your puja room in your house, also have a big image of Sri Shiva behind it or to the side of it. So you can worship them as one. In our meditation, we have his form so that we can go beyond his form. For the Shivalinga, the mantra is Om. For the image of Sri Shiva, the mantra is Namah Shivaya, the Panchakshari. What is the mantra for the Shivalinga? Om. For the image of Sri Shiva, Namah Shivaya. Having installed this every day in the morning and in the evening, a devotee should pray with deep attention. A devotee should meditate on Sri Shiva with deep focus. In the Śiva Purāṇa, it is mentioned that this Shivalinga which you are installing, or the image of Sri Shiva which you are getting, it is best to be taken from a temple or from one's guru. A temple where there is proper prayers being conducted, proper mantra chanting happens. So that that very image can carry that power when it enters your house. Don't buy the images of Sri Shiva from random places, specifically from a temple, a very auspicious temple. Ask the priest of that temple or one's guru if it is given. And the seeker should constantly meditate upon installation. Remember, at least 1,000 to 10,000 times on that day, you recite the mantra. Om, Om, Om. The Omkara mantra. On the embodied image, the 5-syllable mantra, the Panchakshari, which is Nama Shivaya. You are also welcome to chant the mantra together for both, for the Shivalinga and for the physical form of Sri Shiva, as Om Nama Shivaya. So this includes for both. This one mantra helps us to bow down to the Shivalinga and to the physical form, the physical image of Sri Shiva. Create this in your mind while I speak. Imagine yourself doing this. You're in your puja room. You have a Shivalinga, and on the right side, there is a beautiful embodied image, the physical form of Sri Shiva. And looking at both, in your mind, you have their image and you chant the mantra. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Say it with me. With your eyes being closed. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Say it with me, dear sincere seeker, loudly. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Mentally, you should have that image of the Shiva Linga and the embodied form, the physical form of Shri Shiva. So before you get into this mantra, remember, as we always do, just look at his image. Let him enter into your mind fully. Then you chant. You'll find it to be very, very blissful and peaceful. You can just say Om or the whole mantra. Om Namah Shivaya. Or the Shivalinga, if you have. If you wish to get it from someone, get it from a very saintly person, like a sage or a saintly person who's truly a devotee of Sri Shiva. The third option is getting the Shivalinga from a very saintly person who's a true devotee of Sri Shiva. So it can be installed in your house. Every day, you're welcome to perform 16 types of worship. Number 1, invocation, avahana, calling out to Sri Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya. I bow down to you, Sri Shiva. Please take a seat. Asana, offering the seat. It's a beautiful prayer ritual. Offer water. Arghya, washing of the feet. Padya, Achamana, Abhanga, Abhanga Snana, the oil bath. Offering of cloth, Vastra. Scents, which is Gandha. Offering Pushpa, flowers. Incense, Dhupa, while praying. Lighting the lamps, Deepa. Offering Naivedyam, Nirajana, waving of lights. Tambula, the betel leaves. Namaskara, bowing down. Visaljana, conclusion. The 16 forms of worship. Now, usually, not everyone would be able to perform the 16 forms of worship because of maybe the lack of time, or they might not be knowing exactly how to do it perfectly. One of the best ways, a simplest way to do it is mentally have the image of Sri Shiva in your mind and constantly offer pushpa to him, flowers, while you chant the mantra. Start with Om Shivaya Namaha. Because Om Shivaya Namaha, every time we say Namaha, we offer the pushpa. And then switch to Om Namah Shivaya. Every time you wish to offer a pushpa, this is a very beautiful technique which you can learn. Let us say you're someone who might not be able to perform the entire 16 types of worship. If you want to make it more simpler, easier for you, sit down in your puja room, look at the image of Sri Shiva. Close your eyes. With that image in your mind, mentally offer the flowers at his feet. Om Shivaya Namaha. To offer pushpa, the mantra should end with a Namaha. So start it with Om Shivaya Namaha. After you've done this for 108 times, then with a deep focus again on the image of Sri Shiva and on the Shiva Linga, start chanting Om Namah Shivaya. Now you offer everything to him. From Om Shivaya Namaha, you come to Om Namah Shivaya. If we start with Om Shivaya Namaha, because understanding that you're not able to offer, even you don't even have flowers in your house. In that case, Om Shivaya Namaha. Mentally you offer, that's enough. These are all our thoughts and emotions which are going away, so we can come back to that truest nature of who we are. After 108 times, then switch to Om Namah Shivaya. You can even gift the Shiva Linga. The articles of worship. You can even meditate on the Shiva Linga by looking at your thumb. By looking at the thumb, if you don't even have a Shiva Linga, if you don't have access for the Shiva Linga, let us say you do not know where to buy it from, how to get it, or you don't have the space for a puja room. Again, very many modern houses don't even have a puja room. They just have a shelf which becomes a puja room. Even in that case, don't worry. Look at your thumb. Sit down on the floor. Om Namah Shivaya. Make the image of the Shiva Linga as the thumb with the three beautiful Vibhuti Bhasma Tripundra put with a kumkum and chandana. Mentally think that you're meditating on Sri Shiva, which means any form of worship. The easiest form of worship is also given. What is important is we do this worship and we pray to him. Everywhere, a person who meditates like this can either offer the Shiva Linga as a gift or can pay the money or the value of its construction. If it's taking place in any temple, if any temple, they tell you that they are constructing a Shiva Linga, even if you offer a small donation to that temple, that is equal to constructing the Shiva Linga in your house. It is said to be very auspicious. Remember specifically the Shiva Linga. If a temple is asking for support to construct the Shiva Linga, if you donate there, it is also said to be very auspicious for you. Whatever is done with faith, Sri Shiva is pleased by that devotee. In fact, even if you don't do anything, you're not donating for the construction of the Shiva Linga, you don't want to get the Shiva Linga, you don't have the access, you don't have the money, or let's say you have nothing to get it, no access at all. In that case, the devotee should repeat the Pranava mantra 10,000 times every day. What is the Pranava? Om, Om, I'm saying it a little fast, but more slow. Remember that makara? Till then, fully. You should do it 10,000 times every day. Repetition of pranava 10,000 times every single day will help you to attain the realm of Sri Shiva. What more? Let us say you don't have a puja room, you don't have access to that. Or you're someone who's more focused on meditating on Sri Shiva. Then meditate on Om alone 10,000 times every day. How should you do it? In the same way. This is one full Om. When you do this 10,000 times, you will attract His costless grace. If you can't do this, don't worry. Don't feel demotivated, because many of you might be working. You might not have the time for it. In that case, repeat the pranava 1,000 times at least. Once in the morning and once in the evening. If you can't do it 10,000 times, if you do 10,000 times just Om, you attain the realm of Shri Shiva. But if you don't, if you feel I don't have that time every day, or I get tired after my work every day, just say Om 1,000 times at dawn and at dusk. Full Om. Om. Say it with me. Om. Don't miss the full makara. If you feel that you have reached a state of samadhi, then the repetition of the Omkara should be mental. Samadhi means, which we learned in the Yoga Sutra, as we are meditating on the form of Shri Shiva, or as we are meditating on the form of our Ishta Devata, slowly now we get into that asamprajnata samadhi. From samprajnata, with the form, we now go very deep. Now we wish to be silent. Now only mentally you chant. And that happens when you go deep, mentally you chant the Omkara. Or you can also utter it with the lower voice. Om, Om, the lower voice as well. Or another option is, you can meditate on the Panchakshari mantra. Nama Shivaya, Nama Shivaya, Nama Shivaya. Just Nama Shivaya. Nama Shivaya, Nama Shivaya. 10,000 times every day will help you to attain the realization of Shri Shiva. If you can't do it 10,000 times, the second option for you is 1,000 times in the morning, 1,000 times in the evening. What is the mantra? Nama Shivaya. Just Nama Shivaya. No putting Om. Just Nama Shivaya. Or, so these are the options given. They are so flexible. The sages are so flexible in our sadhana, so that they can give you all options and you can choose whichever is easy for you. You don't have to do anything which is complicated. If you feel saying Om Namah Shivaya is so big, I just wish to say Om, fine. If you say no, I feel Namah Shivaya can give me the pace. I can do 10,000 times Namah Shivaya more faster. Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. That's also fine. Or another great way, said to be very, very beneficial, is adding it together with Om prefixed. That is Om Namah Shivaya. Say it fully. Another great way is by adding Om before prefixing with Namah Shivaya, in which we are worshipping both the form and the formless aspect of Sri Shiva. If you do this right, all whatever you desire, dear sincere seeker, what do you desire in your life? Do you want more money? Do you want a better house, a better family, better surrounding? Whatever you have in your mind, right, you will automatically get it. My humble advice to you is, please don't be upset about the world and keep asking Him for the world. Being upset that I don't have this, wish I had this. You will end up getting it and you'll be lost in it. By the time you come back to this again, it'll be too late. Just remember, the world cannot satisfy us. As simple as that. In your prayers, don't ask for Him for a better house, better life. No, enough. If He wants to give, He will give you. He will find the means, He'll find the ways. You don't waste your time. Because the problem is, when we have desires and when we get what we desire, it doesn't stop there. It transforms into greed. There is no person in this world who has been satisfied in getting their desires accomplished. No person. Generally, many people do their prayers with a desire. Even if you go to a temple, if you're able to read the minds of people, you'll see every person has a complaint. My wife is arguing too much with me, do something. Ask her to become more silent. The woman says, my husband is very ignorant. He argues a lot. Make him proper Sri Shiva. We keep asking for the world. Or my son needs a job, my daughter needs to get married. These are the only things what people have in their mind. Remember, like the Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma, what we learned. Ma protects everyone. She looks after everyone. She will give everyone what is required. You just meditate on Sri Shiva. You do your sadhana without a desire, dear sincere seeker, otherwise, you will be falling in a trap again. Now, we no longer want any worldly desires. Convince yourself, tell yourself, Sri Shiva, it is you alone that I want now. See, if you want a better surrounding, the spouse to love you more, the house to be more peaceful, happy, everything will be given, but is that the end? No. This is a constant cycle which will trap us into samsara. The end, the beginning, and everything is Sri Shiva alone. Have Him alone in your mind, in all the prayers that you do, and don't have any desired fruit in your mind apart from Him. So remember, Om Namah Shivaya. Repetition of this mantra 5 crores of times. 5 crores means 1 crore is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 million. So 5 crores means 50 million. If you recite Om Namah Shivaya 50 million times, you will be considered equal to Sadashiva 50 million times. If you repeat it 50 million times, you are said to be equal to Sadashiva, to Sri Shiva. Or if you repeat it 1, 2, 3, or 4 crores of times, which is 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, or 40 million times, the devotee shall attain the region of Brahma 40 million times. Not 40,000, not 40,100, 40 million. Repeating it constantly will help you to attain the higher realms, which means these are coming as a reward to you. See the benefits here. You might not ask for it. In the Yoga Sutra we learned today, the more and more you do your sadhana, the more and more you will unlock different powers in this creation. Like sage or King Kaushika, after seeing the great power of sage Vasishtha, he's in a state of shock. He's the king, he's the most powerful king in the earthly realm. No army can defeat him, but this one sage defeated his army. He's thinking, what is the power that he has? I wish to get that. There's no point in this power. An entire army could not defeat one sage. Then what is his power? What is his knowledge? What does he do? So the answer is this: meditate on Om Namah Shivaya. Meditate on the Pranava, the Panchakshari. You will get that power, which is beyond any other power in this world. And that King Kaushika is who becomes the sage Vishwamitra. Even if you recite this mantra 100,000 times with all the syllables together, you will attain the region of Sri Shiva. Or if you repeat this 1,000 times every day, listen to this carefully. If you repeat the mantra Om Namah Shivaya and completes 1,000,000 times in 1,000 days, you will achieve whatever you desire. But remember, our desire is only realization of Sri Shiva. This is said to be the most powerful mantra. Or you can even repeat it 99 times or 900 times or 9,900 times every day, as much as you can. The regular recitation of this will help you to attain the realm of Sri Shiva. Om alone is said to be that embodiment of the unmanifest form of Sri Shiva. So meditating with Om is said to be very powerful. A person should every time, every minute, dedicate their life in reciting the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. If you do this, you will even be able to rise above the sthula sharir, like in the Yoga Sutra we learnt, Videha, the ones who is beyond the physical body. All your sins will be destroyed. Everything which is ignorant will leave you, and you will attain the highest state of bliss. Thus ends this divine chapter, chapter 11, which is the worship of the Shivalinga and the practice of sacred offerings. Now we will meditate on the mantra. Om Shivaya Namaha. Remember, every time we chant the mantra, mentally offer a pushpa, a flower, which is what we learned from today's chapter. Offer a flower from your mind at the feet of Shri Shiva. Om Shivaya Namaha. 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 Shivaya Namaha. Om 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 Shivaya Namaha. Now we will move to the next chapter, which is chapter 12. In chapter 12, we will be learning about Sri Shiva's holy centers, sacred rivers, and the fruits of these pilgrimage. Why should we do a pilgrimage? Why should we go to temples? What is the reason to going to a temple or to a dhamma, a spiritual place of Sri Shiva, so that we can truly see progress in our inner journey, is what will be taught in this chapter, which is chapter 12, Sri Shiva's holy centers, sacred rivers, and the fruits of pilgrimage. So I hope by now you're clear with the previous chapter. In the previous chapter, if you are confused with what we learned, it is very simple. We learned about the benefits of the meditating on the mantra Om and Nama Shivaya. And what are the realms you attain by chanting it 1 million times, 2 million times, 10 million times, and so on and on, 100 million times. You attain the highest realms, which means As you do your sadhana, automatically you're rewarded. That's the simple answer. Dear sincere seeker, as you listen to this satsanga, as you dedicate yourself to this, your life has started to change right from now. You don't worry about what is hurting you. Only the best is going to come to you after this. Your life will become more favorable. Your future will be more prosperous and favorable so that you can complete your journey. Just listen to this with a deeply surrendered mind and a heart. Chapter 12 is Sri Shiva's holy centers. What is a holy center? And what is a sacred river? I will give you a brief answer to this and then we will get into this chapter. The holy center can be seen as wherever you are. Every place in this creation is a dharma of Sri Shiva, is a holy center of Sri Shiva. Whichever country you live in, whichever region you live in, that region is said to be the holy place. Not just a physical, specific location. A place where a devotee chants the mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. That very house becomes the place of pilgrimage. That's why please chant this mantra loudly in your house, in your puja room. Your very house will become that holy center. Every day, morning 1,000 times, evening 1,000 times. If you can't do 10,000 times. Om Namah Shivaya. Loudly. Your very house will become that pilgrimage, that holy center. Your very house will become Kashi or Varanasi, Badrinath, Kedarnath. All these spiritual regions become your very house. So, this is the very first answer. What is the spiritual place or a dharma or a spiritual center? It is that place where the devotee meditates on the mantra, chants the mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. Now, let's say you go to a spiritual place like Kashi, Varanasi, and other places, but you don't chant this mantra. Still, what is the point and purpose then? Because only chanting and meditating on the mantra is what helps us to take closer to Him. But there is one advantage of going to an external spiritual place. You'll be inspired by other devotees. When you go to different spiritual places, like when you leave your house and go to spiritual cities, you will see how people are so dedicated and so devoted in praying that they want nothing else. They only want Sri Shiva. You'll feel inspired. But again, external inspiration is very short-lived. So start it with the internal inspiration. In your house, you do every day. That's the best spiritual place because everyone has a different financial capacity. Some can go to a spiritual city, some cannot go. So when you chant the mantra Om Namah Shivaya, your house becomes a spiritual place. And the spiritual river, which is a sacred river, the water which you get in your house, that itself is your sacred river. Dear sincere seeker, in one of the previous sessions of the Sri Shiva Mahapurana, we learned. No, I'm sorry, it was in the Agni Purana which we learned, which was spoken in talks on Dharma. Every time, even during your bath or while drinking water, mentally, thank Bhagavan, thank Ishvara, who is in the form of this water, helping us to clean ourselves, helping us to energize ourselves. So, the water which you have in your house, that water is the water of the sacred river. Be grateful to that. First, it starts with this what we have. Before you go anywhere, let us say you are planning to go to Haridwar, you're planning to go to a spiritual city or a place. Before you go anywhere, first learn to see the Dharma in your house. Your house is that place. Om Nama Shivaya. 1,000 times in the morning, 1,000 times in the evening, or 10,000 times throughout the day. Number two, the water which you have, that itself is Ma Ganga, that itself is Ma Yamuna. You don't have to go anywhere and get them. Ma Saraswati. The very water. Some of us might say we don't even get river water, we get bore water. That's also fine. That is also Sri Shiva and Ma Parvati. Water itself is Bhagavan. Now there is no argument here. The argument itself is closed. The names are given by human beings. Water itself is Ishvara. Even if it's a bore water, an RO purified water after that. Whatever you have, a river water. Mentally offer your prayers at least once a day. In the morning when you take a bath and when you drink water after that. Whenever you drink water during the day, at least once mentally thank Sri Shiva for being this water that energizes you to live in this world. So every water is holy in this world. Water itself is holy now. There is no question like which water is more sacred. There's no, water itself is sacred. So this is the answer. Now we will get into this topic because I'll be speaking about many different spiritual cities. I don't want you to have a desire now thinking maybe I'm not lucky, I should go to these places to attract grace. No. Grace is received wherever you are. But going to these places, surrounding ourselves with devotees, these all increases our enthusiasm in our sadhana. If you're in the right group. If it's in the wrong group, then it's again very difficult. So in this chapter, the sages are asking, it's starting from the previous chapter ending, the sages say, O Suta, Romaharshana, please tell us briefly about the various holy centers by resorting to which women and men shall attain the highest region, the realm of Sri Shiva. Tell us that holy places, the holy centers and holy rivers. So in chapter 12, Suta begins. Please listen carefully of the narrative of the holy centers where Sri Shiva's temples are located, and just going where you attain salvation, liberation. In this earthly realm, Sri Shiva himself has set up these holy centers and temples for the benefit of people of those localities. Which means, wherever you are, if there is a temple of Sri Shiva, go and pray there. That itself is a holy center. You can attain liberation from there. I repeat again, whichever city, whichever place you are in, if there's a Shiva temple, go there. That is a temple itself which is existing by the grace of Sri Shiva. Praying there will help you attain moksha. Or if you have a Shivalinga in your house, if you have the physical form of Sri Shiva as well in your house, your very puja room is your temple. Get into your puja room and pray, you can attain salvation, liberation. In fact, there are many temples of Sri Shiva which are also set up by sages. They are said to be very powerful. Visiting these places can also help you burn many of your sins. Whichever holy city, wherever you live, right? In whichever region you live in the world, If there is a holy city of Sri Shiva like Kashi, Varanasi, Kedarnath, Rameshwaram, Tiruvannamalai, or any place, when you go to these holy places, you should not commit any sins. Talking ill about others, thinking ill about others, judging others. Because in a holy place, whatever is done is multiplied. When you pray there, your sadhana multiplies. When you think ill over there, that sin multiplies. That is why, dear sincere seeker, never harbor ill will towards others. If at all you visit a holy place, different people have different ways of prayers. You may be able to close your eyes and connect to the image of Sri Shiva, but many people will not be able to do it. So they might be physically worshipping Sri Shiva with the 16 forms of prayers and meditation. Never look down on other devotees. You just silently do your sadhana and your prayers. Visiting the holy Saraswati river and praying on the banks of the holy Saraswati river will help a person attain the realm of Brahma. The river Ganga, praying over there on the banks of the river will also help a person attain the highest state of consciousness. On the river bank of Ganga, there's also the city of Kashi or Varanasi. Its banks are said to be very sacred, especially when in the month of Margashirsha, when you pray there. It is said to be very auspicious. The river Shonabhadra, the river Narmada, the river Tamasa, Reva, Godavari, Krishnaveni, Tungabhadra. So all these rivers, when you go there and pray right, you will attain the realm, higher realms. Why it is being told is that so that a person who does not properly do sadhana, at least if they see other people doing their tapasya, they'll feel more inspired. Like a person who's working in this world trying to make money. If they see other people are accumulating wealth by doing this, by doing that, they also get inspired. Why are people inspired in this world to accumulate worldly things? Because they're inspired by other people who are accumulating worldly things. Like that, when you see spiritual people, when you visit these holy places, the holy banks of the rivers where there are a lot of prayers being conducted, you'll feel inspired. That is why these rivers and these places are being mentioned. By residing on the banks, now we come to the residing, not just going there, even residing on the banks of Saraswati, Pampa, Kanya, Shwetanandi, one shall attain the lok of Indra, Kaveri, and all other places. Taking the bath in Naimisha, Badara will help you attain Brahma Loka. Taking the bath in Sindhu, the Indus, will also help a person attain the higher realms. In short, every river that is Yamunaji mentioned all these holy rivers. Wherever you go, you pray, you will attain the realm of Sri Shiva or higher realms. If you do the meditation also on the mantra Om Namah Shivaya in those regions. Most importantly, in this chapter, in verse 41 to 43, we learn that every human being, each and every one of us, we have three aspects of merit and demerit, positive and negative karmas. There are three aspects in our life. One is the seed stage. Seed stage means which is yet to grow. Whatever sins we have committed in the past, whatever good we have committed in the past, it is still there in seed stage. It is yet to grow. This seed stage can be removed by visiting holy centers, by praying on Sri Shiva, by meditating on him in your home, even meditating every day in your puja room. These all are the ways how you can remove that seed stage. Seed stage means the sins which we committed in the past, which is yet to come in the next embodiment. We can remove that by praying to Sri Shiva. Whatever sins we have done in the past, now, if you make up your mind that I fully surrender to you, Sri Shiva, sins which were done in this body, which have become seeds. You could have done something 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, which is now waiting to come in future as a karma to burn, that can be removed when we chant the mantra Om Namah Shivaya while visiting these holy centers. Or even in your own house becomes that holy center. Your own puja room, sit in your puja room. Your sins of the past can be destroyed by this. The second stage is flourishing stage. Flourishing stage means it is about to come, which is in this body. In 2 years from now, 5 years from now, something's about to come in my life. I can't stop that. In 2 years from now, 5 years from now, something will happen in your life. You can't stop that. That's a flourishing stage. And the third stage is enjoyment stage, which we are going through now. What is happening now? Maybe you're going through a positive aspect of your karmic reaction, you're going through a negative aspect of your karmic reaction. We don't know. These both we cannot escape. These both can be overcome only by deep meditation. Om Namah Shivaya. When you meditate deeply, the current situation, what you're in, will no longer hurt you. But the higher advantage of meditating on the mantra and on Sri Shiva is you can destroy that seed stage, which is there yet to come in future. That karmic reactions can be removed by His grace. And these sins can be wiped out permanently. Thus ends this divine chapter. So now what we will do, we will meditate on the mantra Om Shivaya Namaha. 5 more minutes before we get into talks on Dharma. So mentally we can free ourselves from all kinds of ignorant sins which were committed in this or the past embodiment. Om Shivaya Namaha. 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 Next, we enter into Talks on Dharma. In Talks on Dharma today, we will be learning about the Sanakadi Kumara, the four eternal children of Sri Brahma. The way you see the image, this is exactly how they look. They're very cute, very handsome. They will capture your mind when you look at them. This is how they appear. There are four of them. It has been told that at the beginning of creation, when Sri Brahma desired to begin the work of creation, as soon as he made the resolve, the four Kumara emerged from him just by thinking. Like how in the Gita we learned, Ma Kunti, using the mantra, gets the children, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, and she teaches Ma Madri the mantra through which she invokes Ashwini Kumara and gets Nakula and Sahadeva. Just mentally. Such was Brahma, the creator of this creation. His power is beyond what human beings can think of. He just mentally thinks. He himself is mantra. He just mentally thinks it is time for the creation to emerge. The four Kumara come from him, from his thoughts alone. They were the four Kumara. They are named as number. The first is Sanaka, second is Sanandana, third is Sanatana, fourth is Sanat Kumara. What are the names of the four Kumara? Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, Sanat Kumara. In fact, Sri Brahma had performed austerities for 1,000 divine years and had attained the vision of Sri Vishnu within his heart. And Sri Vishnu had imparted to Sri Brahma the fundamental knowledge of the Bhagavata or the Bhagavata Purāṇa. The divine wisdom enters into Sri Brahma. Sri Vishnu teaches him the glories of this creation. Who is he? What is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this divine play? Everything is revealed. The Chatushloki Bhagavata, in just 4 verses, he conveys everything. And only after that did Sri Brahma engage in mental creation. Sri Brahma was extremely pure and absorbed in the thoughts of Sri Hari. At that time, through Shuddha Sattva Guna, the pure quality of Sattva, did these 4 Kumara manifest from. They were created from. So these 4 Kumara are the pure embodiments of Sattva Guna. They don't have any Rajas or Tamas in them. Because the Creator himself, when he created Brahma, he was only thinking in a pure sattvic mind. So what we learn from here is, in our life, whatever you wish to do, first you do tapasya. First you do your sadhana. You meditate on Sri Hari. The more and more you meditate on him, when you fully surrender to him, then your mind becomes pure. When your mind becomes pure, whatever you do becomes pure. Every morning, for 1-2 hours, Om Paramatmane Namaha. Chant the mantra loudly. This will help you to purify your mind. With a purified mind, you will be able to perform your actions in a purified way. Everything will become sattva. The 4 children, they don't have any qualities of rajas and tamas. They only embody the qualities of sattva. In fact, they do not have negligence, sleep, laziness, and so forth in them. And neither do they have any inclination towards this creation. They cannot be tempted by anything in this creation. When Sri Brahma had instructed these 4 children to engage in creation, They did not accept his command. They, in fact, listened to the advice of sage Narada. Sage Narada had once met the four Kumara. He imparted to them that divine wisdom about how engaging in devotion to Sri Hari is the greatest creation you can ever create in this creation. I repeat again. If at all you want to create something in life, if at all you want to do something and or achieve something in life, worship Sri Hari. Meditate on him, pray to him. That's the best creation. Creation means something which you're doing now. This will help you to complete your journey than engaging into anything unwanted. Let me invent this, let me invent that, let me find this, let me find that. No. Find that. After finding whom, nothing else remains to be found. Think of that. Thinking of whom, nothing else is remaining to be thought of. Search for him, finding whom, nothing else remains to be found. Shri Hari. So from the very birth, these four Kumara have been always told to be chanting on the names and glories of Bhagavan. In fact, in the Bhagavata Purāṇa, we learn that Shri Vishnu, he himself became the four Kumara. So these four Kumara can also be said as an avatar of Shri Vishnu. One of the many avatars, they are one of them. And these four Kumara, they always spend their time listening and meditating on the glories of Sri Hari. Their minds never turn towards any worldly object, even for a single minute. So here we learn how. This is the behavior. We should take up this behavior. What a great behavior these four children teach us. They dedicate themselves completely. And from their mouths, they constantly utter the mantra, Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam, which means Shri Hari is my refuge, Hari Sharanam. Their speech never takes a pause from its repetition. Every minute, when you go next to them itself, you'll hear this sound, Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam. Imagine if we keep saying this every day. Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam. Nothing in this world can distract you after that. They remind themselves, and their mind is always absorbed in the feet of Sri Hari, due to which even Kala. So now question can arise. Why do they look like this? They look like 5-year-old boys, 5-year-old children. Don't they grow old? They can't grow old because Kal has no power over them. Even time has no power over them. Maya has no power over them. For a person who's always saying Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam. What we learn here is when you constantly say Hari Sharanam, when you constantly meditate on your Ishtadevata, time will also have no effect on you. You will rise above time. In fact, hunger, thirst, heat, cold, sleep, laziness. None of these modifications of Maya can touch them. What it means is, when you purely pray every day from your heart, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Shri Matre Namaha. Hunger, thirst, heat, cold, sleep, laziness, none of them can come close to you. Maya will go away from you, because Maya disturbs only that who never surrenders at the feet of Sri Hari. Maya stops disturbing the person who has surrendered their everything at the feet of Sri Hari, who constantly say, Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam. In fact, their principal abode. So, where do they stay? So, the four Kumara are eternally alive. They are constantly moving from different realms to different realms. Their abode is Janaloka, like how we belong to earthly realm, Bhuloka, which is our abode, earthly realm, Bhuloka. But their abode is Janaloka, which is more higher. In that Loka, only the detached, liberated, and completely surrendered sages reside. They are said to be Nitya Mukta, which means eternally liberated. They are free from attachments, free from karma. See what grace, right? Remember the story of sage Vishwamitra. How he becomes inspired by sage Vashishta's power. That when he was a king, sage Vishwamitra, when he was king Kaushika, his entire army was defeated. Like that, in this world, people hold on to material power thinking it is the greatest power. But when you meet someone who's far more powerful like you, like these sages, when you learn about their stories, about their glories, you will realize that we are wasting our time on things which are not important, and we should start investing our time on thing which is very important, which is surrendering to Sri Hari. You can rise beyond worldly power. See, worldly power is the lowest power here. It is like an elephant looking at an ant and being inspired at the power of the ant and forgetting what is its true power. Like that. Keep doing your tapasya. These realms, Janaloka, Mahaloka, Tapaloka, these are not impossible to visit. Very easy. When you do your sadhana, you'll attain that siddhi power, which no other being is aware of. People are confused. When they start seeing this side of the picture, they will drop like King Kaushika, who dropped all that. There's no worldly power. It's useless when compared to that spiritual power. I want that spiritual power, which sage Vashishta has. So we should take inspiration from them. They, in fact, what they do is, see, their abode is Janaloka, but they will not stay in Janaloka. They constantly keep going towards different loka, to different regions, listening to the glories of Sri Hari. In fact, in Janaloka, there is a constant satsanga. Every day there's a satsanga, just like how we are listening to the glories. Like that, in that loka, every day one sage will start giving their satsanga. And they all bow down to that sage. There's an uninterrupted satsanga. Uninterrupted means, see, this session will end for you. Maybe after 2 hours or 3 hours, the session ends. But over there, throughout the day, sages after sages, sages after sages, they keep speaking, listening. Whole day we put our minds into the feet of Sri Hari. Imagine what a life. Your mind will become so free. That is why Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam. For them, life itself is a satsanga. They cannot remain without satsanga even for a single moment. That should be the intention in how we also live and conduct ourselves. Japa of Bhagavan's name upon their lips, meditation upon Bhagavan in their hearts, the presence of the all-pervading in their intellect, and the glorification of Bhagavan's qualities through their years. This alone is their daily routine at all times. What a great routine. Today we learned how to pray to Sri Shiva with that Shiva Linga in the Śiva Purāṇa which we learned. Now here is a new concept, an addition to the Sri Śiva Purāṇa. That is, let your mouth constantly utter the mantra, let your mind mentally meditate on his image, let your ears constantly listen to his glories. Surrender your whole being to him. This is the highest of all sadhana. The four Kumara can move freely throughout all the worlds without obstruction, which means, see, if I have to go to a higher realm, I should do intense tapasya, attain that siddhi power, then it is possible for me. Now again, based on my tapasya, different realms, not the final. Slowly I can try going. But it takes deep amount of tapasya. But I'm also restricted. But the four Kumara is not restricted. They can go anywhere. This also applies to you. When you properly do your tapasya, we can go to some realms. But the four Kumara, they can go anywhere in this creation. When I say this creation, this whole Brahmanda, I'm not speaking about the earth at all. The earth, again, it's nowhere in the league. The intention and the knowledge what we are speaking of is beyond the league of the earth, going to different realms. Eternally remaining in the form of a 5-year-old Digambara children. They wander wherever they wish. They go wherever they wish. Remember, their abode is Janaloka, but they don't stay there. They often go to Pataloka. They often visit to Patala, which is the abode of Anantashesha. Or they go to Kailasa, to Bhagavan Shankar. These are the two places where they often visit. So the four Kumara, their abode, their locus, Janaloka, but they don't stay there. Often they go to Pataloka, the lowest realm, the lowest in this creation, because Anantashesha stays there. Why Anantashesha? Anantashesha, the 1,000-headed serpent on whom Sri Vishnu resides, has been glorifying Sri Vishnu from the beginning of creation, and he's still glorifying. And that glorifications will not stop, which means he keeps praising the Sri Vishnu Sahasranāma, which has 1,000 names of Sri Vishnu. Like that, imagine Anantashesha Sahasranāma, which has countless names of Sri Vishnu, where he keeps chanting, glorifying. They love listening to this. So they go next to Anantashesha and they listen to the glories of Sri Vishnu from Anantashesha. After that, they go to the abode of Sri Shiva, where Sri Shiva is giving the glories of the Śiva Purāṇa to Ma Parvati. They go and listen to that. Or in Kailasa, even the glories of Ma Devi is being spoken of. The glories of Sri Vishnu is being spoken of. They always surround themselves with such people, such Devata, such Bhagavan. Which means for us it is to learn that we should surround ourselves with such people who have such intention, who only constantly speak of the glories of Sri Hari. Meditate, meditate, listen, listen, and listen, and let your mind become fully absorbed in it. That's why their favorite realms are Pataloka and Kailasa, the abode of Anantashesha and the abode of Bhagavan Shankara. They are never satisfied with continually hearing the qualities and divine deeds of Ishvara. Even in Janaloka, they sometimes appoint one among themselves as the speaker and listen to the narrations themselves. Which means they continually hear. They're never satisfied. Never satisfied means this is not enough. After this, speak more, speak more. You have to keep speaking continuously about Ishvara. So what happens? The mind becomes so much absorbed, Hari Sharanam, that everything goes away from the mind. They also come to the earthly realms sometimes to bless a divine seeker who's truly surrendered at the feet of Ishvara. It was they who instructed Maharaj Prithu in the knowledge of the Tattva. It was they who also taught Devarishi Narada, who heard the Srimad Bhagavata Purāṇa from the four Kumara. Many other highly blessed beings have been considered to have received the darshana of the four Kumara. In fact, the doorkeepers of Bhagavan Vishnu, Jaya and Vijaya, with a divine plan, were sent to the earthly realm by these four Kumara. In fact, the four Kumara beautifully say that good company is the very root of joy and auspiciousness. It is the fruit and fulfillment of all spiritual practices. They are said to be the ones who embody bhakti, who embody knowledge, who embody vairagya. So from the lives and teachings of these four Kumara, what are their names? Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanātana, and Sanat Kumara. We learn that bhakti is nourished by satsanga, shravana, nama japa, contemplation of Bhagavan, knowledge and vairagya. Their entire lives are dedicated to Bhagavan, and their example shows how completely a mind can become absorbed in him. We learn the importance of satsanga with them. Their lives themselves are described as satsanga. They do not merely seek the company of devotees occasionally, their entire existence is centered upon Bhagavan and his devotees. Remember, their loka is Janaloka. From there they go to Pataloka. They meet Anantashesha. Anantashesha constantly chanting the names and glories of Sri Hari. And then they go to Kailasa, Sri Shiva, Bhagavan Shiva, always teaching the glories of Shiva Mahapurana to Ma Parvati. They travel. They keep listening, listening, and listening. We also learn the importance of Shravana, listening to God, Bhagavan's names, qualities, and Leelas. They constantly remain absorbed in hearing in the divine qualities. Shravana, never forget. And their constant repetition of Hari Sharanam teaches us Nam Japa, Mantra Japa, how important it is in a person's life. They also teach us the harmony between Jnana, Vairagya, and Bhakti. Knowledge, dispassion, and Bhakti, they all go hand in hand. They are not separate paths, but one, which leads to the ultimate. Their refusal to engage in worldly creation also illustrates their complete Vairagya. And having been born from Sri Brahma, just mentally Sri Brahma thinks and they are created. They could have participated in the work of creation, but their minds were already directed towards Bhagavan. All they wanted was Hari Sharanam, Hari Sharanam. Another important lesson we learned from them is freedom from Kala and the disturbances of worldly existence. They always remain in this 5-year-old form. They won't grow old. Their body will always be like this. See how cute they look in the image. This is how they are. Always looking like this. They don't grow old. Because Kal has no power on them. Hunger, thirst, heat, cold, sleep, laziness, none of them are there in them. There is no Rajas and Tamas, there is only Sattva in them. How can it happen? When you keep listening, meditating on the image of Ishvara, can you keep listening to the glories, your mind will become fully sattvic. Satsanga, listening to the glories of Sri Hari, keeps us free from all kinds of attachment and helps us to even overcome Maya. That is what we learn from them. So, joining our palms, thanking Ishvara for the wisdom he gave us today. Let this wisdom always be in our mind. Om Tat Sat.